Have you heard this story about a beautiful place? A place that makes you feel restful. In the midst of people who live in religious harmony. A place that makes you feel home, that makes you curious for more adventure. Start your journey. Travel to the place where the story unfolds. Feel the sea breeze caress your face and the sound of the waves breaking your consciousness. That you can see them through the beauty of woven fabrics. Or smell them through the scent of coffee that wafts in the air. If you've never heard it before, you may now find it intriguing. You may want to know every square inch of this place. From the beauty of its land to the depths of its seas. With an amazing biodiversity. Perhaps you've heard this story about a land which has traditions so diverse. Meet these friendly people who will welcome you with warmth. After all, welcoming guests is their tradition. The light of Aceh. Wonderful Indonesia.
Universitas Syiah is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Syiah was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asinkeli, who is also known as Tunku Syiah. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Syiah has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Syiah Kuala now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Syiah Kuala recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah Kuala also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by CINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syiah Kuala has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syiah Kuala has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the Humanitarian Program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka. menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, participants, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The most beneficent and the most merciful, may peace, mercy, and blessings of Allah be upon you. Good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you virtually for the opening ceremony of the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oils Research Innovation, Iconpeori 2021. Selamat pagi, kami sangat senang menyambut Anda secara virtual untuk upacara pembukaan International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oils Research Innovation, Iconpeori 2021. My name is Raihan. I am the Master of Ceremony for today's event. I would like to send my gratitude greetings to the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M.Eng IPU ASEAN Eng, the Head of Atsiri Research Center PUI PT-Nilam Aceh, Dr. Syaifullah Muhammad STMeng, the Executive Chairman of International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oils Research Innovation, Iconpeori 2021, Dr. Irfan Zikri, SSIMA. The honorable keynote speakers, Professor Miguel Elias from Évora University, Portugal, Professor Tohru Mitsugana from Gifu University, Japan, Professor Rina Sriwati from Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, Professor Harlinda Kuspradini from Universitas Mula Warman, Indonesia, Dr. Ben Greatrex from University of New England, Australia. The invited keynote speaker, Professor Isa Telsi from Isparta University of Applied Science, Turkey, Dr. Muhammad Rafi from Institut Pertanian Bogor, Indonesia, and Dr. Rernet Khairan from Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia. Presenters, participants, and the Standing Committee of the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oils Research Innovation, Iconpeori 2021. The Iconpeori 2021 is held by Atsiri Research Center PUI PT-Nilam Aceh. Atsiri Research Center Universitas Syiah Kuala is a research and product-based organization unit in Universitas Syiah Kuala. It's been 6 years since ARC has a commitment to help Nilam farmers all around Aceh economically independent. We provide any form of help, including knowledge transfers, workshops, trainings, and fund supports as well. Our goal is to restore the glory of Aceh Patchouli in the near future. This conference brings together academia, researchers, business entrepreneurs, practitioners, and policymakers who are responsible for delivering sustainable and eco-friendly solutions in the industrial sector of patchouli and essential oils, as well as public and business sectors. This conference provides a great opportunity for prospective participants to share their recent theoretical knowledge, research findings, and experience in dealing with sustainable information about patchouli and essential oils. As such, this conference will feature presentation by international speakers which are cutting-edge session topics. And this event brought to you by the support of our general sponsor of the Iconpeori 2021, Koperasi Innovac. To begin the opening ceremony, we will listen to the reciting Quran and Salawat from Muhammad Hafiz. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Muhammad Hafiz.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ووهبنا إسحاق ويعقوب كلا هدينا ونوحا هدينا ونوحا هدينا من قبل ومن ذريته داود وسليمان وأيوب ويوسف وموسى وهارون وكذلك نجزي المحسنين وزكريا ويحيى وعيسى وإلياس كل من الصالحين وزكريا ويحيى عيسى وإلياس كل من الصالحين صدق الله العظيم. طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داع طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داع كن شفيعا يا حبيبي ربنا صل على من حل في خير البقاع فاسبل ستر علينا واكفنا شر النزاع وأغيثنا في البلايا يا مغيثا كل داع دعا البدر علينا من ثني وداع الشكر علينا ما دعا لله أيها المبعوث في الأمر المطاع جئت شرف فينا مرحبا يا الله من للنبي شمس البقاع وكان وصلاة الله دواما للنبي شمس البقاع وكذلك وصحبه مسعى لله ساع طلع البدر علينا من ثنيات الوداع وجب الشكر علينا ما دعا لله داع. Salam.
Thank you. Thank you, Hafiz, for the beautiful reciting. Then, for a brief moment, we would like to invite you to rise and sing Indonesian anthem, Indonesia Raya. Hadirin dimohon berdiri. Hadirin dapat duduk kembali. Excellencies, participants, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Irfan Zikri, SSEMA, the Executive Chairman of Iconpeori 2021, to deliver the welcoming speech. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Dr. Irfan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan syukrillah, salatan wa salaman ala rasulillah. Honorable Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, Vice Rector and Dean Universitas Syiah Kuala, Head of Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat LPPM Universitas Syiah Kuala, Head of Atsiri Research Center ARC, Pusat Unggulan Ilmu Pengetahuan dan Teknologi Perguruan Tinggi PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala, dear Excellencies, Professors, Scholars, Speaker, Presenters, distinguished guests, all committee members, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure for us to welcome you all to this conference, the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oil Research and Innovations, the Iconpeori 2021. In particular, I would like to express my gratitude and a warm welcoming to our plenary and featured speakers, Professor Tohru Mitsunaga from Gifu University, Japan, Professor Miguel Elias from Evora University, Portugal, Professor Rina Sriwati from PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, Professor Harlinda Kuspradini from PT Oktal Universitas Mula Warman, Indonesia, Dr. Ben Guritrex from University of New England, Australia, Invited speakers, Professor Isa Telsi from Isparta University, Turkey, Dr. Muhammad Rafi from IPB University, Indonesia, and Dr. Renat Khairan from ARCP PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, and all the presenters. The essential oil business has grown significantly over the past decade and has not slowed down since the onset of COVID-19. It seems more and more people are turning to this oil for its calming, immune boosting, and disinfecting properties to help deal with pandemic stress. Patchouli essential oil derived from the Progestemon Kablenban plant is in high demand and has wide application in flavor, fragrances, cosmetics, luxury products, the food and beverages industry, and the pharmaceutical industry. The versatile natures and application of essential oil highlights their importance in the global market. Therefore, we, the IRC PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala, are hosted two-day conference at Universitas Syiah Kuala Banda Aceh, Indonesia from 27 to 28 October 2021. We are proud to invite researchers, professionals, and other stakeholders around the globe and provide a platform to elaborate among them and to deliver the current trends and development from a wide perspective on patchouli and essential oil research and innovations. Due to the global pandemic COVID-19, we are committed to taking into account the current development of the spread of the virus as our top priority. Therefore, we will implement the prevention protocol and provide a virtual conference and online presentation and discussions. The Iconpeori 2021 theme is Research and Innovation in Improving the Quality of Patchouli and Essential Oil Product in a Post-Pandemic World. This year, we invited 31 selected papers to be presented at the conference. The paper focused on the basic and applied research on aromatic plant, processing and product quality, application and uses of essential oil, sustainable agriculture, environmental aspects, energy production and its derivatives, waste treatment and management, and social economic policy and legislation issues. The conference offer and provide opportunities for the selected paper that are presented to be published at the following reputable journals, namely ASEAN Journal of Chemical Engineering Scopus Indexed, and journals Rekayasa Kimia and Lingkungan, Jurnal Natural, and Journal Sodality Journal Sosiologi Pedesaan, accredited Sinta 2 in the Science and Technology Index. I wish you the most fruitful and memorable days with interesting and stimulating discussions, exchange knowledge and network, and visit future research and innovations, as well as to increase the importance of living and working together in a manner that enhance the economic, environmental, and social well-being of our community and share the achievement of the work. Thank you very much and enjoy the conference. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Irfan, for the welcoming speech. And then I would like to invite Dr. Saifullah Muhammad STMN, the head of Atsiri Research Center PUI PT-Nilam Aceh, to deliver the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Dr. Saifullah.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Honorable His Excellencies Dr. Kuala, Dr. Rizal, Bapak Wakil Rektor 1, Profesor Irwan, Ketua LPPM dan in many faculty from Kuala University, Universitas Kuala, and also from government of Aceh, Bapak Elvita Ibrahim, Kepala Dinas Koperasi UKM dari Aceh, Hasrati, and also from Bank Indonesia, Central Bank, also from our friend from industry and also from Association of Essential Oil, Dewan Atsiri Indonesia, leader, and also our friend from PT-Nilam, PT Haldin, and ladies and gentlemen. I would like to welcome all of you to International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oil Research and Innovation, Iconpeori 2021, held in Banda Aceh, Indonesia on 27 and 28 October 2021 by Atsiri Research Center or ARC, PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala. Although it is the first of Iconpeori 2021, ARC PT-Nilam Aceh has previously conducted a similar conference named International Conference of Essential Oil or ICO in 2019 in collaboration with Institute Atsiri. Under the theme of conference, research and innovation on improvement the quality of patchouli and essential oil products in the post-pandemic world, this conference features read 5 keynote speakers delivered by Professor Miguel Elias, Professor Ben Getrick from Australia, Professor Tohru Mitsunaga from Gifu University, Japan, Professor Rina Sriwati from Syiah Kuala University, and also Professor Harlinda from Universitas Mula Warman, PT Oktal, and also we have 3 invited speakers, Professor Isa Telsi from Isparta University, Turkey, Dr. Muhammad Rafi from IPB University, and Dr. Khairan from ARC PT-Nilam USK. The Iconpeori 20 offers a special opportunity to bring together professors, researchers, and scholars around the globe and serve as a platform to deliver innovative research, latest trend and development in field of basic and applied research on aromatic plant, essential oil processing, and product quality, application and uses of essential oil, and social, economic, policy, and legislative issues. Atsiri in Indonesia, especially in Aceh, has a long history, since the Dutch colonial period until today. Some essential oil commodities from Aceh, such as patchouli and nutmeg, have a unique characteristic and are highly favored by international market. Therefore, the sustainability of patchouli and other essential oil industry need to be supported by academic and industrial entities through various research and innovation and communicating them in various scientific meetings such as this Iconpeori. It has been 5 years since ARC PT-Nilam Aceh Universitas Syiah Kuala has tried to provide research and innovation results so that they can be used to increase the productivity of farmers and essential oil refiners. In addition, ARC has also carried out various innovation and purification and essential oil derivative products. Currently, there are many young people who are developing essential oil-based startup business. This is very positive in the formation of healthy ecosystem for development of essential oil industry in Indonesia, especially in Aceh. To all members of the organizing committees, the international scientific committees, the reviewers, and the collaboration partners. We would like to thank to all of them for their tremendous effort to organize this conference successfully. Hopefully, the authors and the participants could share their knowledge and experience in research and industrial application, and will come up with a new network and collaboration. We look forward to having a success conference, and we hope that all attendees enjoy and benefit from this conference. Best regard, billahi taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Dr. Syaifullah. And then we move on to the next opening speech from the Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Dr. Insinyur Samsul Rizal M. Eng, IPU ASEAN Eng. We would also like to request Professor Samsul Rizal to officially open the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oils Research Innovation Iconpeori 2021. Professor Samsul Rizal is joined with us in the Zoom room. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on screen Professor Samsul Rizal.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning. In the name of Allah, the most beneficent and the most merciful. May peace, mercy, and blessing of Allah be upon you. Salawat and greeting I uphold the Prophet Muhammad SAW. Let me significantly extend our warm welcome and appreciation to the keynote speakers, the invited speakers, and all presenters and participants of the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oil Research and Innovation. Vice Rector of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Dean from Universitas Syiah Kuala, Chairman of LPPM of Universitas Syiah Kuala, Prof. Taufik Abidin, Dr. Saifullah Muhammad, Head of ARC, PT-Nilam Aceh, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Chairman of Iconpeori 2021, Dr. Irfan, our partner from Minister of Bappenas and Kementerian Koperasi, the Republic of Indonesia. Also, our partner from Aceh government, this is Pak Helfijar Ibrahim, and others, committees, ladies and gentlemen. Dear colleagues, professors, lecturers, researchers, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Syiah Kuala, I would like to express my sincere gratitude and welcome you to the International Conference on Patchouli and Essential Oil Research and Innovation 2021. I honorably welcome our keynote speaker, Professor Miguel Elias from Évora University, Portugal, Dr. Ben Greentrack from University of New England, Australia, Professor Tohru Mitsunaga from Gifu University, Prof. Rina Sriwati from PT-Nilam Aceh, Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Harlinda Kuspradini from PT Oktal, Universitas Pulau Warman, Indonesia, and also our invited speakers, Professor Ita Telci from Isparta University, Turkey, Dr. Muhammad Rafi from IPB University, and Dr. Renat Khairan from IRC PT USK. This conference is an effort from Syiah Kuala University, from Universitas Syiah Kuala, through the IRC PT-Nilam to support the development of research and innovation on patchouli and other essential commodities, so that the scientific justification for the upstream, downstream of essential industrial processes can be strengthened and improved. Indonesia is the third largest producer country in the world for essential oils such as patchouli, nutmeg, citronella, eucalyptus, agarwood, vetiver, and many other essential oils. Even for patchouli, Indonesia is the largest producer in the world that supply more than 80% patchouli oil for the global market. It is many hope that Iconpeori 2021 would be able to achieve the objective in providing and effective forum for academicians, researchers, practitioners to strengthen academics and industrial collaboration to enhance research and innovation. We believe that academics, industry must not work alone, but must be collaborate together, because with collaboration, the goal become easier, more effective, and efficient to achieve, and we can change to a better environment and life. We also believe knowledge, research, and technology are for all people, for minorities, people with disabilities, and to have anyone, no matter how much we can accomplish by ourselves. Whether it is be research or development, it is never sufficient in this world of knowledge. Therefore, the focal drive of this conference is to exchange ideas, and by participating in this exchange, it is hoped that all parties who may benefit from the conference can be applied it in managing activities in their area. It is pleasing to note that the agenda of this conference covers a wide range of interesting topics related to all theoretical and practical aspects. There are basic and applied research on aromatic plant, essential oil processing and product equality, application and uses of essential oil, and social, economic, policy, and legislation issues of essential oil. Last but not least, my deepest gratitude goes to the Advisory Board, Organizing Committee, International Scientific Committee, institution, companies, and volunteers who have directly and indirectly supported the success of this seminar. The committee has organized the vibrant scientific program and is working hard to present highly respected and international notorious figures to lead it, although we try our finest to be professional. On behalf of Universitas Syiah, please accept our sincere apologies should there to be inconveniences that occur before, during, and or after the event. I wish you a very productive conference with existing and encouraging discussion and exchange of knowledge so that together we can anticipate a future by strengthening academic and industrial collaboration to enhance research innovation. May God bless us all with good health to make this event successful and enjoyable. Dengan mengucapkan Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I open the International Conference Iconpeori 2021. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Samsul Rizal. And then, now we would like to hold a photo session. Please turn on your video, and our committee will take the photo for us. The operator to please lead the session. One, two, three, smile. And then one more time. One, two, three. Okay, thank you. And then, ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is keynote speech, which will be delivered by Professor Rina Sriwati from Universitas Syiah Kuala, Indonesia, Dr. Ben Greatrex from University of New England, Australia, and Professor Tohru Mitsugana from Gifu University, Japan. This keynote speech will be moderated by Mr. Muslim, SSE Infotech. Mr. Muslim is a lecturer at Universitas Syiah Kuala and a committee member of Atsiri Research Center, PUI PT-Nilam Aceh. Before I hand the session to Mr. Muslim, we need a few minutes to set up the studio. So please enjoy this video for a moment.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. Now, welcome to keynote speaker session. Okay, I will moderate three researchers from Indonesia, Australia, and Japan. Okay, firstly, the talk will be delivered by Prof. Rina Sriwati. She is a humble professor from Plant Protection Department, Agriculture Faculty, and also a key person in Atsiri Research Center in University of Syiah, Kuala. Okay, she major diseases of Patchouli plant. The title, as we know that Nilam produces a high export value Patchouli oil, but it has few enemies or diseases. For example, Budok disease, bacterial wilt disease, as bad as nematode disease. All diseases make farmer losser up to 70%. So how to control all of them? Let's we listen Professor Rina presentation. Please welcome Professor Rina.
Thank you. Can I share the screen? Okay, please wait. I will set my slide presentation. Okay, it is okay, Prof. Test.
Yes, very good.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My honorable first goes to Rector Universitas Syiah Kuala, Professor Samsul Rijal. Honorable to Head of ARC Universitas Syiah Kuala, Dr. Saifullah Muhammad. And thank you very much for this opportunity to be a keynote speaker of the first international conference, Iconpeori. This is today my title of presentation is Major Disease of Patchouli, Pogostemon cabeolin buds, plant and their control method. Ladies and gentlemen, before the moderator introduce me, but I also like to introduce our team for this research division. I came from Faculty of Agriculture, Plant Protection Department, and I also the head of division, research division of ARC PUI PT-Nilam Aceh, Universitas Syiah Kuala. And this is the upstream research division team, Dr. Hifnalisa, and our team with Dr. Hartati Oktaria, Dr. Essi Harneli, and Unita, and also Faisal, our great team for upstream research division. And this time, we talk about Aceh Patchouli, especially in condition in Aceh. Ladies and gentlemen, Patchouli or Pogostemon cabeolin, we usually call in Indonesian language is Nilam, is an aromatic plant with high economic value and very wide market opportunity. And the result of distillation of this herb produce oil, which function as the binder in the fragrance, cosmetic, pharmaceutical, and aromatherapy. And this oil currently cannot be subtitled from another material. As you saw under our tracer video, there are so many products of came from the patchouli oil, such as perfume, and also another essential oil products, derivative products. And the plant also a very important thing that we have to talk about for today, beside derivative product or essential oil originally. And in Aceh Patchouli history, we proved to tell all of you that Aceh Patchouli oil is very high quality in a great demand by the world market, because since 1932, William Spons, in his books Aceh Patchouli Oli, he is the Dutch people, and he wrote there that Aceh Patchouli is very high quality. And then because of our geographical indications, we got certificate for Nilam Aceh since 2013 from the Ministry of Law and Human Rights of Indonesia. Let's see the picture on the right slide. This is how the condition of the patchouli plantation on the Dutch company is before our Indonesian freedom. And right now, here the condition of the Patchouli plantation in Aceh Jaya region. And how the Aceh Patchouli plant situation right now? So as I mentioned before, Nilam in Indonesian language we call, actually this is the abbreviation from Netherlands Indies Land Oak Aceh Maskapai. Maskapai. Okay. This is actually Dutch people already plant this plant before our freedom. And this plant is a tropical shrubs from the Labiaceae family and genus Pogostemon. That's why the name is Pogostemon cablins. There are came from genus of Pogostemon. And this is the real condition of the Patchouli planting area in Aceh province. Let's see the condition of this graph. The area was decreased until 2019. We lost a lot of plantation of Patchouli. Not only plantation area, but Patchouli, of course, it is related to Patchouli production and productivity of Aceh in Aceh province. So now this is the problem that we have. We need to identify, of course, why, and what the problem of the Aceh Patchouli. And because we know Indonesia, the supplier of 90% of the world Patchouli oil needs, and 70% of which use it to come from Aceh. That means all export, 70% export of Patchouli oil from Indonesia, it came from Aceh province. But now we have to, but now Aceh only supply 15 to 20%. It is very hard to know about this condition, but we have another information for this. Let's see the next. Okay, this is the Aceh Patchouli industries problem. Our team in ARC PT-Nilam Aceh, our research center by Dr. Saifullah Muhammad and team already identified there are 24 problems in Aceh Patchouli. From these 24 problems, I can list 7 of them is related to upstream condition. And we need to intervene this condition, such as available of superior seeds, and then available of fertilizer, the availability of biopesticides, and planting with shifting patterns, soil fertility, and pest and disease control problem, and also waste utilization is not good. So from 24th problem, 6 or 7 of these, we try to make a research, and we can see on my next presentation. Okay, next. Okay. All the upstream problems close to or related to pest and disease problem. There are not many eligible seedling farming certificates in Aceh. That means the quality of seedling is very important. The quality of seed is also very important. And the other problem is tissue culture. It is very recently we tried hard to find a solution how to get the tissue culture for Patchouli seedling. But when we import from the other areas, such as from Bogor or another region, we have a problem in the transportation situation. So that's why in the future we try to develop the tissue culture laboratory. It is very important. And then the community use contaminated seed, or usually the farmer or community farmer, they find the seed from another region that already contaminates with the disease or pest. And this is a tree of Aceh Patchouli variety. Right now, we can find this on the field area. Tapak Tuan variety, Sidi Kalang variety, and Loksmawe variety. And also, we found the local variety that already established in that area and very good potency to be in the future seed source. And every Patchouli variety, they have each Patchouli alcohol level range. So, but recently my student and our team already analyzed there are any different resistance of each Patchouli variety to Budok disease, and we found that Sidi Kalang have the more resistant compared with two variety. And let's see the next. Yeah, let's talk about Budok disease. Budok disease, it is the disease caused by Syncytium progostemonis, a fungi. And the symptoms of this disease is an early, we can see the formation of wart, or Indonesian language we call kutil-kutil, on the leaf of young shoot near the soil surface. So we can see like this. It is the symptom of Budok disease. It is very specific species disease in Aceh, Patchouli. So sometimes we couldn't find these diseases in another region in Indonesia. So and then I would like to continue to the next. Yeah, how to control? It is the big question for this problem. I cannot specifically to recommend one method, because recently the research of the biological control and any method control for disease should be combined with several methodology. So let's talk about healthy seed first. So why healthy seed is very important for disease control? Because as I mentioned before, we should identify first where the seed come from. And if they came from the disease source, for example, plant with already attached by disease, that's a very big problem if we planting on our new area. And then seed sorting before planting, and this is also very important. We need to sorting our seed before we plant. And then technically cultivation and also good drainage. And the next is the most important is disease monitoring. When we planting the Patchouli plant on the area, or maybe in the rural area, we must to check periodically to see how they grow, what kind of disease already attached them, and then this is very important. The early symptom of Budok disease can be deleted early. If we know the symptom early, we can detect it early, and we can control early. And then the perform of crop rotation. This is also if we found a lot of disease and every year for 5 years, so we should stop for plant patchouli on that area for maybe several years. And then eradication. Eradication is just to remove all the disease of plant with the disease symptom. And the next is biofungicide. Biofungicide, it is we have a lot of research product of biological control agents like trichoderma and another microorganism like for the fertilizer. So for all of these methods, maybe we can formulate what is the best for the method for this control, for this disease control. So we also develop the organic fertilizer by using waste organic came from the patchouli waste. So the result also we found very good when we combine the patchouli waste and manure fertilizer that can suppressing the disease intensity. This is also our team research, and my student also already conducted this research, and then we found that fertilizer or compost came from the waste of the patchouli is very good for decreasing the disease of the budok disease. And then the second disease in the patchouli plantation that we found is bacterial wilt disease or death of tumbon disease, or in Indonesian language they said mati bujang. This disease caused by Ralstonia solanacearum bacteria. So disease control is almost similar with the budok disease, but because it is this disease caused by bacteria, so some pesticide, if we use pesticide, we concern to bactericide, not fungicide. So streptomycin sulfite have been evaluated by previous researcher. Can be used by watering and spraying to the land of patchouli plantation. How about biological control? Biological control also very good opportunity to be to control this disease. For example, there are some bacteria like Pseudomonas fluorescens, and Bacillus sp. Can suppress the damage up to 68.75%. And then the other issue is also very important is the tolerant variety or resistant variety. And from the research center in HERB Research Center in Bogor, they already established two variety, and this variety is tolerant to this disease. The name is Patchoulina 1 and Patchoulina 2. But this plant is not popular in Aceh, and very difficult to import this Patchoulina 1 and 2. So I think it is our homework in the next future research to establish another tolerant variety of patchouli originally come from Aceh patchouli. The next disease is nematode wilting disease. It is this disease caused by nematodes. The name of nematode is Melodogene and Pratylenchus. Two nematodes with different symptoms and different disease name, of course. But almost both of these nematodes give the wilt symptom. From plant age 1 month age, after plantings, we can see the symptom of wilting. And furthermore, the root and base of the stem rotting, and then they can show blackish and the skin pale off. So the symptom of wilting, we can see on the leaf turn yellow and then wither and then die. So finally, the plant will be die after all the symptoms occur. If the part of the root or stem that is attached by bacteria is cut and then immediately in water, so it is for bacteria. For bacteria disease, I forgot to mention you before. We cutting the part of the disease area, so we can find a mass bacteria will come out on the water. So this is for bacteria case. So let's see the picture. It is the plant, Patchouli plant, attacked by Melodogene nematode. We can see the plant show like this, smaller and die. And this is the disease control of nematode disease. We already conducted some research and experiment, but the most important thing is fertilization using livestock manure like compost, and also very good to combine with neem seed powder. Neem seed is in Indonesian language we call mimba. This method can control Melodogene incognita and Pratylenchus brachyurus. And then fertilization with urea and SPH36. Some researchers already shown their result. 5 grams of fertilizer per plant, they combine with co-compost, can control Melodogene. So this means a combination of two methods can be good for control this disease. And then combining carbofurans and organic matter and dolomite, it is also very good to control nematode population. And also natural enemy, and also biological control like trichoderma fungi, another bacteria and fungi also can be combined with the cow dung, is mean compost, chicken manure, sawdust, and soybean drag. I mean, we can conclude that not only one method for the disease control is available. We can combine several methods to control one disease or one pathogen. And let's see, this picture is how we work in the field. We bring again biological control agent like trichoderma, and then we try to dip on the seed. It is the seed, in Indonesia we call PT-Nilam. That is the seed for the source of the seedling plantation. And this is how we can illustrate how the disease, budok disease, and how about bacterial disease? Let's see. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry. And this is the nematode disease. And when we harvest the root of the patchouli plant and bring to laboratory, and we can extract it, the nematode, and look at by microscope, and we found the nematode there. So like this, the nematode. You can see on the GIF picture here. And okay, this is a condition of the, sorry. Okay, thank you. And this is the jungle of the, I just want to show you how the area of the patchouli plantation. So it is hard to find them, but yeah, this is the area of the patchouli plantation in the Long district in the Aceh Besar.
Sorry,
Okay.
Professor, your time is 1 more minute. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And then this is biological control agents. I will show you some of biological control that we produce in our laboratory and can be used for control several diseases of patchouli. And then we have also some technology for the seedling, like covering by plastic and then without covering. And then we found the covering of the seedlings method is very good and can be combined with biological control agent. And then fertilizer, also it is our concern to give a good nutrition for the plant. We also already established the compost used by waste of the patchouli. And this is patchouli cultivate by manure compost. We can see the picture. It is we planted this in Nino Park 2 years ago. And then from all the information above that I explained before, we can conclude that what the important things, the seeds quality, integrate pest management, and taking care of plant and monitoring. This is the very important when we want to plant the patchouli plantation. And then the conclusion, the current condition of patchouli cultivation in Aceh still require the adoption or transfer of technology and innovation, especially knowledge of seedling technique, organic fertilizer, local natural biopesticide. There are 3 major diseases of patchouli cultivation: budok disease caused by Syncytium pogostemoniis, bacterial wilt disease caused by Ralstonia solanacearum, and nematode disease caused by Melodogene and Pratyletus. The integrated pest management, better way to prevent further disease accident and disease severity. Local variety for seed certificate farm are needed in the future. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. That is my presentation. That's enough. Thank you, moderator.
Okay, very interesting presentation from a beautiful professor. Okay, unfortunately we have very limited time today, so we have only 1 or 2 minutes for Q&A, question and answer. Would you please take this opportunity to give only 1 question? So please raise your hand if you have question. Yeah, raise your hand from the Zoom. Okay, Rifan, please. Rifan Rinaldi. Yeah, open your screen. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Hello, Pak Muslim, and also Borina. It's a very interesting presentation. Actually, I have four questions, but due to the time limitation, I only ask two questions. Is it okay?
Yeah, two questions, but make it easily.
So there are two questions that I want to ask Professor Rina. The first question is about you said that the waste of the Patchouli can control the disease of the budok, right? So maybe I want to know why is there something there so they can control the disease? If it's correlation with the nutrition or another factor. Okay, maybe you can elaborate more. And then the second question is about the tissue culture. So what is the purpose of the tissue culture that you mentioned, I think in the first slide of your presentation? Is it for one step to create this genetic modified organism, or just only for the propagation purposes? Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Rifan. Please, Professor Rina, to explain
Thank you.
Rifan answer. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Muslim. Thank you, Rifan Rinaldi, for your great question. Yeah, your question about the West Patchouli, West Patchouli, right? Yeah, we have research for this topic. My master student last year, we not combine actually. We use trichoderma as a decomposer. When we decompose the waste patchouli, combined with several manure, and then we use trichoderma. Trichoderma is biological control agents, fungi, can be used for the biodecomposer. So, but during during the composer process, so trichoderma grows on the wax, on the compost. And then we apply the trichoderma with the compost, with patchouli compost to the plant. And then we try to inoculate budok disease or Syncytium progostemonis fungi. And then the result is the compost with trichoderma can decrease disease symptom. This is our result. And then why we focus or concern with waste? Because in the field, we can see there are so many waste. The farmer never use that for the compost. It is very good, good point for us in the future to educate the farmer that they can use that waste for compost and then give back to plant for the nutrition. And the next, I think this is the question about the tissue culture. Yeah, this is very interesting, Rizwan, because we don't know what the variety is the resistant one or very good quality for patchouli oil, I mean a high patchouli oil level. So we try to find right now, and then if we found that the good variety and then the superior variety, we can use that for the source of tissue culture, the source of tissue culture. So if we want to produce a lot of seedling, the tissue culture is the best. I think the best methods, because we can find a lot of seedling on the same time, on the same condition. But now we try to develop RC PT-Nilam right now, try to develop the laboratory of the tissue culture. In future, we hope we can produce the tissue culture. And all of our research, like selection of the good variety, and it is to be a source of the good tissue culture. I think that is my question, my answer. I give back to moderator, Dr. Muslim. Please.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Rina. Professor Rina, it has two more questions in the Zoom chat, but we have no time anymore. So would you please to write or to answer the Zoom chat in the chat also?
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
I will. Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you. So would you please to end your presentation?
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Muslim. Thank you for all participants. I think this is time for me is already close. Then see you maybe in the next, or if you want to get more information, please contact me. And then Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, very good presentation from Professor Rina. So would you please to give applause to Professor Rina? Thank you. Okay. We move from Indonesia to Australia. With Dr. Ben Getrek. Are you in the room, Dr. Ben? Hello.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, here's Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben graduated from University of Adelaide, close to my university in University of South Australia. So we have the same city in the Australia. But now work for University of New England, and PhD chemistry, and Dr. Ben research about natural products and synthesis. The titles presentation of a systematic evaluation of aromaphila phytochemistry. I would like to explain a bit about presentation. Dr. Ben will present about aromaphila, or known as MU or Fuchsia bush, 215 species across Australian mainland. But we don't know the information from Tasmania, Kangaroo Island. Mr. Ben will explain more then. Dr. Ben will focus on biogeography, species delineation, and discovery of new material, since chemistry of the genus is still far from well understood by human. Okay, please welcome Dr. Ben for Australian EMU. Thank you.
Sorry, okay, you can see my slides now?
Yes, very clear. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, great. Well, the invitation to speak. So Dr. Zikri, Saifullah, and Professor Rizal. It's a great honor. So I'll be talking today a little bit about the research that we do in the University of New England. Patchouli is not an industry in Australia, and so my focus is more on really essential oils and natural products, and I'll be looking at the genus Aromophila. Now, my background is in drug discovery. So following a PhD in synthesis, I moved into bioactive discovery. And the reason that we're looking at natural products is simply because the natural products are so prevalent in the clinically used compounds and medicines that the people use. So you may have seen a pie chart like this before, but it highlights the clinically used compounds coming onto the market. And you can see that a lot of them are either natural product derived, synthetic materials, so, that are inspired by natural products. And so we look at natural products and generally Australian native plants as a source of natural products, and then derivatize them. But also we can look at the natural products and use those compounds to inform us about the species present within Australia. So the focus of our research is or has been in Aromophila. We also look at other genera, but we'll focus today on Aromophila. So the genus itself is found throughout Australia. It's native to Australia. It's roughly 3 to 5 million years old. And after it first appeared, it underwent very rapid speciation. So there are something like 200 different species across Australia that have already been named. There are more out there that haven't been named, and a few more are added every decade. Roughly only 80 have been examined for their phytochemical content, and they're generally considered extremophiles because they live in an environment which is basically devoid of water. They make so they live in deserts. So throughout Australia, the central Australia is a very low rainfall environment. And so they've got all of these adaptations for that low rainfall environment. They make a large number of natural products, and they're also now commonly found within gardens, and they are cultivated. They can be recognized by their flowers, and there are a few shown here. We've got Aromophila maculata, Bomanii, brevifolia, and spectabilis. So they've got this really unique flower, which allows them to be identified. Now, we've looked at these both from a essential oil point of view, and really our early work was based around hydrodistillation technology and using hydrodistillation to get essential oils, but we also look at other types of extraction protocols. So the natural products that are present within Aromophila are not that dissimilar to what's found in Patchouli, but there are some common compounds, but there are many classes that are unique to Aromophila. So there are iridoids and terpenes, sesquiterpenes and diterpenes. We've really focused on the terpene component within the plant. The genus, a lot of the species within the genus have these structures on the plant called tubercles, and they're resinous excreting structures. So they make a lot of natural products. They excrete them from these tubercles, and that means that the plants themselves are often very rich in natural products. So some of these compound classes are actually only found or unique to Aromophila. So the cerulitanes were first identified in Aromophila cerulata, the visidanes from Aromophila visida. The murulanes and cedranes also common to a number of the Aromophilas. Now, there are 215 or more known species, and not all of them have been examined. So here we've just got a list of some of those species that haven't been looked at yet. Now, the problem, if we're going to look at natural products in Aromophila, is Australia is a vast country, and some of these species have very localized ranges. So the distribution within the country is very, very localized. And this is good. It means that we've got a large variety of species we can look at, and a lot of them make unique natural products, but we have to travel large distances, thousands of kilometers, and then you have to go looking for the plant, which you may or may not be able to find. And so to overcome the problem of availability of these different species of Aromophila, we've partnered with the Arid Lands Botanical Gardens, so they can send us material. They have a large collection of Aromophila. They grow in the desert just north of Adelaide. And also there are people, collectors in Australia, that have actually gone around Australia and they've collected a large number of these plants, and they grow them in gardens. Some individuals have 100 or 150 different species growing within their garden, and that's allowed us to obtain access to these very varied members of the genus. So we rely upon citizen scientists to get our material, botanical gardens, and also if something is not more than 1,000 kilometers away, then we could go and get it ourselves. And so because so little was known about Aromophila, we went through a process, and this took probably 5 or 6 years, of characterizing the genus. And to do this, to work out the volatile component within the leaf species, and to to characterize the phytochemistry, we've used gas chromatography mass spectrometry as the primary tool, and isolation and characterization by NMR. So the protocol for characterizing the oil component within the volatile component within the plant was to take 50 milligrams of leaf, and that's all you would need. So we could send out batches of vials to individual people in the community, individuals in the community, and they could then send back samples of their aromophilas, and we then characterize them by GCMS. So here we've got you can see you can either end up with terpenes, so we've got a terpene-rich sample, and we've got a sesquiterpene-rich sample. Identification of all of the components was based on the fragmentation pattern matching against the NIST database. So we have we've isolated a number of compounds, and so we have our own aromophila specific database of compounds. Then we have the generic database available from NIST, and so we can do fragmentation pattern matching to identify the compounds. I'm not sure if any of you have used a modern adjuvant GCMS, but it's very, very easy. You run the sample, you click, and the machine tells you what the compound is. So here we've got a 98% match against eucalyptol, and that would be considered confirmation that what we probably have here is eucalyptol as peg. Now, because aromophilas make a lot of unique compounds, we can't do this for every species. And one of the goals of characterizing the phytochemistry of the species was to identify those species where we've got a large number of compounds which don't match, they're probably unique, and therefore we could go and investigate those species to try and get novel chemistry. So after we've characterized, we have now characterized some 230 species and subspecies. We'll put them into a database that's freely available online. So this is our AremoChem database. We have all of the species within the genus listed. It's fully searchable, and you can find the information on the phytochemistry of the species, and it's arranged as monographs. So shown here is a monograph for Aromophila alternifolia. We have a voucher image for the Aromophila alternifolia. There's a GCMS trace showing what you would expect for that species, and then we have all of the identified components within that are within the species, so, extracted using an organic solvent. So we're not doing hydrodistillation because we would need a lot more material if we were going to hydrodistill out the oil and then characterize it. So this is just simply putting 50 milligrams of leaf material into a vial, adding the solvent, and then running the spectra. Now, because we have a herbarium here at the university, and we have a large number of Aromophila samples within the herbarium, that's really given us an opportunity to compare fresh material and herbarium material, and also to match up potentially whether or not herbarium material we can match whether the species named on the herbarium voucher does match fresh material. That was an idea that we had, so maybe we could use the volatile oil component to identify the species. And for some genera, you can do that, but for Aromophila, we found that this is not possible. So here what we've got a GCMS trace from a herbarium voucher of Aromophila bignoni flora, and we've got fresh material, and you can see the two traces. What this really told us was that for Aromophila, you cannot dry material and then store it and expect to be able to identify the plant on the basis of the volatile oil component, because the volatile oils are lost upon storage. Now, if we do the same thing with eucalyptus, we find that it doesn't matter how long you store the eucalyptus leaf, you can use that stored dried eucalyptus leaf to identify the species based on the oil component, but you can't do that with Aromophila. The structure of the leaf doesn't retain the volatile oil, it's lost, and you cannot characterize it. So we've got this now, we've got this large library now of aromophila volatile oils. That is a resource that anyone could use if they're doing aromophila chemistry or phytochemistry identification, but also we're using it as a resource to identify those species which are suitable for further investigation. What I'm going to do now is go through a few different aromophilas, and hopefully there's a story that you can apply, or maybe you'll get something out of it that could be applied to other essential oil research. So Aromophila longifolia is a species that's a very important plant that's been used traditionally by Aboriginal Australians. So it's probably considered one of the most important traditional medicines. It has a very long history of use within Australia. It was used for both ceremonial and medicinal purposes. It's very variable with regard to chemotype. So you can see on the map, it's found across the entire continent, widely distributed across the continent. And as you move across Australia, you see there's some variation in both the leaf type, the stems, and importantly, the chemistry. So there's a large variation in the chemistry, and there's some of that is geographical separation of the chemotype. Now, this is a plant that was used traditionally, and the way it was used is that you would light a fire. So a fire would be lit. Once the fire had burned and it was very, very hot, the fire you would allow it to burn down. And then the green leaves would be placed on top of the fire, and you would generate this wet, hot smoke, which is basically pyrolyzing leaves and generating an azeotrope of oil and water, which was emitted from the leaves. And then this smoke was used traditionally for bathing. It was following childbirth. Aromophila longifolia was used following circumcision. So it was thought that potentially the smoke and the essential oil could have antimicrobial activities due to the way that it was used in that you would generate an essential oil mist and then bathe in it. So this is something that we've investigated, had a look at it at both the oil and the pyrolyzed material. And this research was done by Nicholas Saggrove. He's now at Kew Gardens. And what we have here are some antibacterial activities for the extract and then for the pyrolyzed material. And you can also see on the left-hand side of the page, the GCMS trace for the solvent extract and the pyrolyzed material. So this is an experiment that was done by taking leaves, so wet leaves, putting them in a heating mantle, heating it up and generating this pyrolyzed hot wet smoke that contains all of the oils that are found within the plant. Now, I think it's clear that the GCMS trace is quite different. So if you just do a solvent extract, then the oils that are present, the components in that extract are very different to those that you get after heating. And this is not unexpected. Chemically, if you heat something up, the compound can undergo rearrangement, oxidation, a whole lot of chemistry can happen. And that's what we were seeing in this smoke. Interestingly, it's only after you pyrolyze the material that you see any antibacterial activity. So if we look at, for example, the results for B. subtilis, we have 4.4 milligrams per mil. It's a very low activity low antibacterial activity. However, after pyrolyzing that material, we see an increase. Now we're at 0.3 milligrams per mil, so 250 micrograms per mil. So it's not great activity. It's not antibiotic level activity. However, it's still a vast improvement. And this was interesting. So it seemed that the modality in which the plant was used traditionally enhanced the antibacterial activity of the extract. So we went through and then isolated the component, the major component that's found in that pyrolysis oil, and identified it and called it genifuranol. So the structure is shown just here. I'll just highlight that. So we've got this furan structure with an aldehyde, and it could be isolated cleanly and then tested, and it could be shown that this compound had reasonable antibacterial activity. At least if it was used topically, it would be expected to exert that activity. Now, where is it coming from? I've said that Aromophila longifolia has got a variety of different chemotypes found across the country. So there's a limonene chemotype, a carrageenone chemotype, a safrole, a fenchone, and an isomenthone chemotype. Now, some of these, they can be found growing together, but also there's some geographic separation. And when these were tested for the presence of this furan, it was found not to be, it was not located in only one chemotype. So there's a major chemotype dependent upon the terpene, and that's how we're characterizing or classifying these species, classifying on the basis of the terpene. However, the presence of this bioactive furan following pyrolysis was not just in one chemotype. It was found in some individuals and not in others. So it wasn't related to the chemotype. And if we have a look at that furan structure, it appears to be an iridoid product formed by pyrolysis. So genipacitic acid is the compound highlighted in green. It's present in Aromophila longifolia. So it has been found within Aromophila longifolia. And if we heat that, we believe that that's going through and forming this furan aldehyde, which has the antibacterial activity. And down below, you can see how that occurs. So you get hydrolysis of that glycosidic bond, you lose the sugar, you get this iridoid. Here we have an iridoid, which can then open, give a dialdehyde, decarboxylate, rearrange through to the product. So it's interesting that the plant was used traditionally in a smoking ceremony, and it's only by smoking that plant, by pyrolyzing it, that the antibacterial properties are generated, and that's how it was used. So I guess the key thing to take out there is that the products that you get from an extraction may not be the products you get after you pyrolyze something. Now, I've got another cautionary tale that we discovered from our Aromophila chemistry, and two species are listed here. We've got Aromophila michelii, Aromophila sturtii. Aromophila michelii, published in 2011, were a series of bioactive sesquiterpenes, Michelin A, B, and C, and these have activity against malaria. Aromophila sturtii doesn't have any of these, or it's not reported to have any of these Michelins. Instead, it's got these cerulitanes, and they're antibacterial compounds. So in Michelii, the Michelins, they have antimalarial activity. In sturtii, it was reported there was cerulitanes. Now we started looking at Aromophila sturtii as part of our research. So we're doing essential oil research on Aromophila sturtii, and in the oil we found Michelin B. So we're looking at sturtii, we found Michelin B, not Michelii. We also got Michelin C and the murylane. So these were in the essential oils, but you could also get them from solvent extract. And there wasn't just a small amount, we're talking nearly 2% weight for weight Michelin B, so large amounts of compound. So we're getting grams of this compound, and not as much of the murylane. Here we're up close to 5% weight for weight in the leaves. Now, we kept on looking, and we found cedranes, nione, and a whole lot of new Michelins as well, all from Aromophila sturtii. So Michelin F, Michelin G, H, down the bottom here. We didn't see any Michelin A or Michelin D. But this was sort of an indication that the Aromophila sturtii contains these Michelins, very conclusive evidence. We got crystal structures. These were the first crystal structures of the Michelins that were present in Aromophila sturtii, and so that's been published. And then we come and we look at the plant. So in the published literature, Aromophila sturtii was reported to have the cerulitanes. Aromophila michelii was reported to have the Michelins. When we have a look at the voucher that was reported for Aromophila sturdii, so on the right-hand side, the one I've circled, should have been Aromophila. This was reported to be Aromophila sturdii. However, it's not. It was Aromophila michelii, and there was no voucher available for the other paper, and therefore we couldn't compare it. However, on the basis of this, the compounds that were reported for michelii, the michelines, are not in michelii. The compounds that were reported for sturdii are not within sturdii. Instead, we have to cross off and say that the cerulitanes are found in michelii and the michelines are found in Aromophila sturdii. And in this original paper reported in 2011, Micheline A was actually, we didn't find it in fresh material, and we believe this is an oxidation product. The original plant was collected in the mid-90s, and then it was only extracted some 13 years later, and the compounds were identified from that extract. So the plant was stored, and this was a bit of a shame. The original researchers would have had access to Aromophila michelii, but it was probably a bit far for them to go and collect it. And also very difficult to identify. It could have been very difficult to identify the plant. And this is one of the problems when you have chemists trying to do natural product chemistry, if they don't have natural plant experience. So you really do have to have experienced botanists involved and people that can accurately determine the species. Now, because we've got this, this unique compound now, Micheline B, we can actually use that to differentiate Aromophila michelii and Aromophila sturdii. So the presence of Micheline B, if it's in the extract or if it's in the essential oil, we can definitely say that that plant is Aromophila sturdii, not Aromophila michelii. Now, one of the original goals of our research was to identify bioactive materials, and that's really what drew us to Aromophila sturdii. So in Aromophila sturdii, and michelii, the compounds had activity against malaria. We found that some of our derivatives, some synthetic derivatives, I won't go through the synthesis, had improved activity against Plasmodium falciparum, so 11.7 micromolar. And we also found some antifungal agents by taking those michelines, so these natural products found within Aromophila michelii, and then making semi-synthetic derivatives, so 4 micrograms per mil against Candida albicans. How am I going for time? I'll go through one more, and so one more story. Talk about Aromophila daliana. Now, this is a species of Aromophila that shows some very unique biogeographical separation. Geographical separation. So there are two populations, so two disjunct populations of the plant that are that have been identified, and this is from the Australia's virtual herbarium. Now, we're looking at this because it's got a history of traditional use. So it's used again by Aboriginal people for the treatment of colds and also scabies infestation. So when we look at the two disjunct populations and look at their essential oils, we find that in one of them, we have this new natural product, mydesertguanine. So new natural product, mydesertguanine, found at 96% of the essential oil. And in the Northern Territory disjunct population, it's only 20% of the essential oil. Also present was elamol, and that was found at 26% of the oil within the Northern Territory, and it wasn't found within the Queensland population. So The traditional use of Aromophila dalliana was really only in the Northern Territory. So it was used in the Northern Territory, was not used in Queensland. And there are chemotypes for this species which are quite different in the Northern Territory and within Queensland. The bioactivity within the plant was localized only to the Northern Territory disjunct population, and very moderate activity was seen, and that was determined to be due to the elomol and elamine elomol and eudesmol isomers that are present within that species. Now, we had this new natural product found within Aromophila dalliana, and we needed to characterize or at least identify it. So we did that via semisynthesis by taking methoxamide desert-1-ene, which is shown on the top left, doing a hydrogenation to take out that double bond, and then eliminating out the methoxy group to give us our new natural product, my desert-1-ene. They come via the same biosynthetic pathway. So iridoid synthase takes this dialdehyde, gives us a dial. Now, my desert-1-ene then forms by reduction, cyclization, and elimination. And the other product, methoxamide desert-3-ene, which is also found within the species, although lower amounts, is formed by a slightly different pathway. And we also have, as part of our characterization of the phytochemistry across the genus, we also looked at antibacterial activity by just screening all of the plants that the people supplying samples were sending in. So we did that in a disc diffusion assay, and we found that there were several species that had activity, and they were then studied further. So Aromophila complanata, Nivea, Drummondii all had antibacterial activity, and therefore they were selected for characterization. Now, interestingly, when we looked at these different species, they all had the same bioactive components in them. So out of hundreds of species screened, those that had antibacterial activity in the extract were Aromophila complanata and Nivea drummondii, and the compounds present were almost identical. They only differed by the stereochemistry of the side chains. So these are cerolatic acids that are present. Cerolatic acids are known to have antibacterial activity. And so it was found that there were diastereomers present within the plant, within these different species, resulting in their activity. So that brings me to the end of my presentation. I guess the key takeaway features are that when you start pyrolysing plant material, the oils that you have that are originally present may undergo chemical reactions and changes that can result in bioactivity changes as well as the chemical changes. We also observed a lot of chemotypes within the genus, and a lot of variability, large variability in the compounds that are present across the genus, which is a very broad genus. So I'd just like to thank my collaborators and those people that did the work. I just sit in an office. So Nicholas Sadgrove did a lot of the work on essential oils in Aromophila. Julian and Sarah are some German, that have graduated, German PhD students. Iskander actually worked a lot on, he's in the audience, so thank you, Iskander. He did a lot of work on Aromophila too for his masters, and Muhammad Raihan, another Indonesian graduate from UNE that I supervised. So thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's very interesting presentation. Ben, I have a question. Part of maternal and child traditional health program. We call it Sale and Madu, but with a combination of various plant material. As far as I remember, about 44 medicinal plant species. What is your suggestion in investigating phytochemicals and bioactivities from this Aceh smoking ceremony? Because there may be drug synergism or antagonism. Thank you.
Mr. Dr.
Thank you,
Ben, do you
Iskandar.
get the question?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
yeah,
thank you.
Iskandar. That's really interesting. If you've got 44 different plants that are mixed together and then pyrolized together, I would say do each one individually rather than doing all 44 together, because the complexity of that problem is really significant. So in terms of studying the bioactivity changes, I think what you would want to do, are you thinking that there's bioactivity in terms of antibacterial activity, or if it's antibacterial activity, then the experiments that we were doing here probably could be applied, in that you can take the plant, you can do an extract, and then you can take the plant material, you can pyrolyze it, collect the pyrolyzed oil, and then examine it and see if there are changes by GCMS. That's a very quick experiment to do. So you can compare the trace, does it change by GCMS upon pyrolysis? And then you could also look to see whether or not the bioactivity changes by comparing, say, an extract against an extract following pyrolysis.
Mr. Iskandar, is this enough, or you have any questions?
Thank you very much for the suggestion.
Yeah, I think in terms of doing looking at synergism between the different plants, I would look at them individually to begin with, if you've got a very large number, and then look at maybe you can look at synergism then by combining them. The problem we have, even in Aromophila longifolia, because of the chemotypes, depending on whether or not where you collect the plant from, which individual you collect the plant from, you may or may not see an activity generated by pyrolysis because of the presence of or non-presence of genipacitic acid, the precursor.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Dr. Ben, most your research in Australia mainland, right? What about condition
Correct.
in Tasmania or Island or Kangaroo Island? Is it the same situation with mainland or different in EMU? Thank you.
Okay, so if we're looking at, say, the presence of the species, there are unique species present within Tasmania. There are unique species present within Kangaroo Island as well. In terms of Aromophila, not so much, but there are other genera where there are definitely unique species unique only to islands surrounding Australia. So that speciation that's occurred within Australia, there's still island effects. And I imagine the same kind of thing you would have within Indonesia, where you've got that geographical barrier, and that's resulted in chemotype changes and maybe even speciation over time. And whether or not those changes are still there, I think if you're looking at I guess one thing to know is if you're looking at essential oils from a plant, you do have to, you can't assume that the compounds are going to be similar across its geographic range, and you really do need to access its entire range to test it, because the chemistry can change.
Okay, very interesting. I love your maps, the Australian map is colored by EMU. And in the map, I looked at in the Queensland or surrounding Queensland is very limited of EMU. Is it because of weather or because of what?
Yeah, so Queensland is generally a fairly warm, humid environment, and the Aromophilas we're looking at are very much an arid low rainfall genus, and so they're more common in Central Australia. Queensland's like very, very biodiverse, so huge biodiversity in Queensland. But the types of plants are probably more like what you would find within Indonesia, the species more like in Indonesia. It's a tropical rainforest in Queensland. And aromophilas will die. If you water them too much, they die. So the aromophilas you don't water, they survive without any water. And therefore they're not going to be very common within Queensland.
Okay, thank you for your answer. We have maybe 2 or 3 minutes for one more question from participants. Yes,
Hello.
Please.
I am Toru Mitsunaga from Japan.
Professor Tonru, sorry, 3 more minutes and we will meet you.
No. I have a question too.
Okay,
Ben.
thank you.
All right, it's okay. All right. So.
Okay, one more question.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, Mr. Tonru, want to give question? Sorry.
Please go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
please.
Yes, yeah. Sorry, it's okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Dr. Ben. It's a very interesting. So about you are synthesizing, terpenoid. So you showed us, some of the, synthesizing route and the product. So maybe during the time, during the process, so you had some types of enantioisomers, right? So how do you separate the enantioisomers? And also, so that's enantioisomers bioactivities. How does it look like? Okay.
So in answer to your question, the compounds that are present within the aromophila are all enantiopure. So when we're doing semi-synthesis, because we're starting with an enantiopure compound, we don't really have to worry about the stereoselectivity of the process. We haven't made any of the terpenes de novo, so we haven't had to install absolute stereochemistry. The absolute stereochemistry is set by the plant. For the aromophilas, only one, well, for the diterpenes and sesquiterpenes that we're looking at, we haven't had any racemates, or we haven't found anything that would indicate that we have non-enantiopure compound. So they're all via enzymatic process. They're not via non-enzymatic chemical process, which might result in stereoisomers, if that answers your question. Some of we have had that problem where when you've only got one stereocenter, then that's of course more common. And so other genera like Phibalium, we have seen mixtures of enantiomers formed, but not in the aromophila, not in these diterpenes and sesquiterpenes.
Right, thank you very much. Thank you.
Is it okay, Professor Toru?
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, for Dr. Ben, would you please to make a closing remark, please?
Closing remarks. Well, just I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to present my research. We have a lot of opportunities in Australia for collaboration, and we have a Skanda. We'll be collaborating on a Patchouli project. But if you have any interest in collaborating, then please contact me, and perhaps we can work something out.
Okay, this is very interesting. We can do collaboration with Australia and joining between Patchouli oil and MU oil. Okay, thank you, Mr. Ben. Please give applause to Dr. Ben. Thank you very much. Okay, the next presentation from, okay, we fly from Australia to Japan now. There are Professor Tohru. I will tell a little bit about Professor Tohru Mitsunaga. He came from Faculty of Applied Biological Sciences, Gifu University, graduated from Kagoshima University, master degree in Kyushu University, as well as doctoral in the university as well. The professor work experience in chemistry of wood extractive, chlorinated polyolation synthesis, chemistry and biological of plant polyphenols, also essential oil flavors. Professor will deliver speech about, does taking essential oil flavor into the body affect psychology and physiology? Is it can reduce our stress, improving our cognitive, and also reducing your obesity? This is very interesting research. Okay, please welcome Professor Tohru Matsunaga.
Thank you very much for introducing me. Thank you. So can you see my presentation?
Yes, we can look your presentation and your voice very clear.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me start. Thank you very much. I'm Toru Mitsunaga from Gifu University. Good evening, everybody. First of all, I would like to say thank to all members of our organization committee member of this symposium to invite me as a speaker. Okay, today I am doing a research and education of natural product of chemistry in Gifu University. Today I'm going to talk about the research as shown in the title, stress reducing and obesity suppressing effect of mice by sniffing with essential oil flavor. Today, I do not have enough time, so I do not talk about the cognitive improving. Sorry about that. Okay. Well, aromatherapy is a natural remedy that uses essential oil extracted from plants for health and beauty. This aromatherapy have two types: French type medical aromatherapy and British type aesthetic aromatherapy. In medical aromatherapy, essential oils are used for the purpose of care of physical disorders and alternative medicines to improve symptoms that are not recognized as illness. We are focused on the essential oil derived from wood because they are abundant biomass resources. Our aim is to apply these wood essential oils in the field of medical aromatherapy. First of all, I introduce cypress pine. Scientific name is Acaritoris glaucophylla, distributed in East Australia. Maybe Dr. Ben is well known about that. This tree is well known as anti-termite and anti-wood rotting fungi. As you can see, this tree can live and stand even on termite nest because it contains some repellent compound in wood, which is essential oils. Second one, we focused on sugi, a highly fragrant conifer in Japan. The scientific name is Cryptomeria japonica, which is an evergreen tree native in Japan. It occupies about 21% of Japan's forest area and is the most abundant tree in Japan. Sugi is widely used as a woody biomass resources, which an excellent air pollution, heat insulation, and humidity control effect. and is expected to have economic value as a building material. So, afforestation has been actively carried out in Japan. In addition, it is possible to collect essential oil from both the timber and the leaves. But the lumber from thinning or forest or sawdust from lumber mill are left or burned. What a wasteful it is. Therefore, utilization of the scrapped woody materials should be necessary, I think. Okay, this is steam distillation slide. This distillation was performed using the apparatus in this slide to obtain essential oils. It's a very simple way, as you know well. So from sugi wood, the yield was 0.74%. From cypress is 1.05%. The obtained essential oils were subjected to GCMS analysis to estimate the component obtained. And this is an animal test, animal feeding method. 5 weeks aged male DDY mice were housed with 3 mice in one cage. The volatile CEO means the cypress essential oil, please. Would you please keep your mind, okay? CEO is a cypress essential oil. This component diffused by diffuser shown in this slide were introduced to the cage. Mice were fed a high-fat diet, HFD. Food and water were freely available. Mice were housed in a room maintained at 25 degrees of Celsius and illuminated for 12 hours. Okay, this is the result of body weight and weight of epididymal adipose tissue. By breeding mice in a CEO atmosphere, a remarkable obesity suppression effect from body weight gain and fat level of epididymal was shown in this slide. Anti-obesity phenomenon is observed in this experiment. This is the first data for us to reveal the obesity suppressing effect by cypress essential oil. Okay, we checked the situation of a fat accumulation. This is hematokysherin eosin staining test for the liver. As you can see, it was confirmed that the fat appeared appeared as white in the image was increased in the HFD group. In addition, it can be confirmed from this image that the CEO group tend to suppress fat accumulation compared to the HFD group. And this is regarding a WAT, white adipose tissue. It was confirmed adipocytes in the HFD group were hypertrophied compared to ND group. Although not the same as the ND group, but the CEO group tend to suppress adipocyte hypertrophy. Okay, the result of a real-time PCR to measure the messenger RNA expression of uncoupled protein 1, UCP1. which play an important role to cause heat production. The expression level of UCP1 increased in the CEO group in white adipose tissue significantly. These results suggest that inhaling CEO flavor may change white adipose tissue to brown adipose-like tissue. Okay, next we performed electrophysiological recording using a male Wistar rat. The conditions of rat breeding are shown in this slide. In this study, where we measured sympathetic nerve activities innervating interscapular brown adipose tissue. After that, we express it as BAT-SNA. Okay, the above data is a result of a BAT-SNA measurement. There was no changes in BAT-SNA before and after the control of water odor stimulation. But SNA was significantly increased during and after the CEO's odor stimulation compared to a result of water odor stimulations. The temperature of brown adipose tissue was shown below in this slide. It was confirmed that brown adipose tissue temperature increased due to the flavor stimulation of the CEO. From these results, it was clarified that inhalation of the CEO increases energy consumption by activating sympathetic nerves. Okay, this slide explains a hypothesis of anti-obesity mechanism by inhaling the CEO's aroma component. The flavor component are received by olfactory receptors and reaches hypothalamus as an electrical signals. In the case of CEO, as mentioned before, increased sympathetic nerve activity to secrete noradrenaline. Okay, so as a result, fat is decomposed by the hormone-sensitive lipase to produce free fatty acid and to form a small fat drop. At this time, UCP1, which has not existed in white adipose tissue, but is expressed, causing heat production based on a free fatty acid. And as a result, obesity is suppressed. Okay, this is a result sympathetic nerve activity of the mouse inhaling sugi essential oil. On the contrary to cypress essential oil, the activity are decreased during or after olfactory stimulations, and the effect was sustained. From this, it was clarified that all the essential oils of sugi wood used in this study suppress sympathetic nerve activity. Okay, next I will explain the stress load test for mice. The mice was stress loaded for 1.5 hours every day by locking up in a centrifuge, the tube as shown in this picture, for 21 days. During this stress loading period, 100-fold distilled sugi wood essential oil was sprayed using a diffuser. Some behavior test during the stress load period was performed. Okay, first is the sucrose preference test, which is thought to be reflected the depression-like symptom of apathy. Stress-loaded mice can no longer recognize which is sucrose bottles. So sucrose preference rate is calculated by this formula. Second one is a forced swimming test. It is said to reflect depression. Swimming for 15 minutes the day before dissection. Just before dissection, let mouse swim for 5 minutes and photographed. Two persons who did not know the content of the experiment to watch the recorded video and measure the immobility time. This is a result of a forced swimming test. Sorry, this is a result of sucrose preference test. This sucrose preference test of stressed mice is about 50%, which shows a state that the mice do not understand which is a sucrose water. But on the other hand, the preference level of the stressed mice with inhaling sugi wood essential oil increased over 85% at the day 9. Even in day through 21 days, the mouse sniffing sugi essential oil increases the sucrose preference percentage. And this is a result of a forced swimming test. Mice inhaling sugi essential oil flavor makes tended to have a shorter immobility time than control. You can see the result from this video. Okay, so the immobility, so the right-hand side is the mouse sniffing, sugi essential oil is moving vividly better than control. You can see clearly. Okay, this is a corticosterone concentrations. Corticosterones is one of the hormones secreted when mice received stress. This is a corticosterone concentration in serum. The mice inhaling sugi oil has lower concentration than control. So sugi essential oil can be expected to relieve stress through HPS system. I'll explain the meaning of HPA later on. And this is the alpha amylase concentrations in saliva. This concentration in saliva of the mice inhaling the sugi oil decreasing compared to the control. So sugi oil can be expected to relieve stress through some system. Okay, this is a diagram for summarizing the stresses response using the sugi essential oil. There are two stimulation pathways for stress. One is a SAM pathway, blue arrows via the nervous system, and the other is endocrine pathway, red arrows. Inhalation of sugi wood essential oil reduced alpha amylase concentration in the nervous system pathway, so a stress relieving effect via the SAM system can be expected. At the same time, in the endocrine system, inhalation of essential oils of sugi wood reduced the corticosteroid concentration. So, stress relief effect via HPS system can be expected. Therefore, I might say that sugi essential oil flavor is related to both nervous system and endocrine systems to reduce the stress, depress the stress. Okay, sorry. Okay, this is the final, slide. As you know, we are heading to super aging society in all over the world. It is said that a number of over age 65 occupied 25%, one out of four now, but it would toward one out of three by year 2050. In this presentation, I talked the wood essential oil flavors play an important role against the diseases of overweighting, anxiety, dementia, stresses, and osteoclastogenesis, so on. Okay, I would like to say that to live and to stay in the wooden house or wood flavored circumstances is to be very important for healthy and happy life. Okay, that's all my presentation. Thank you very much.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much, Professor Toru Misnaga. Is it very interesting that if in our home it has such a flavor, oil flavor, the same as in Aceh we have Patchouli oil flavor, or we say Nilam, and we also has wood flavor. Okay, now opportunity for participant to give a question. Okay, anybody want to give some questions? Khairan, okay. Dr. Khairan from Germany want to deliver a question. Please, Mr. Khairan. Okay.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Professor. Interesting presentations.
Thank you.
To the point, I have to.
Your mic, sorry, your mic is off.
Yeah, hang on. 1 second. Dr. Khairan, are you ready?
Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Okay,
Please.
so I have a question from Professor. Interesting presentation. I would like to know which compound was responsibility for the activity that you presented now. So, which one of the sugi essential oil was higher activity with the which part of the plant, from a flower, leaf, or from wood? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay, the ingredient, I didn't show you an ingredient of cypress and the sugi in this presentation. But well, this is a total ion chromatography of distillate from cypress wood mill. You can see this, right? Professor Kaira, you can see. Can you see this, right?
Yes.
Okay. So this is chromatogram. So and effective compound is well.
Dr. Kairan, if professor is a little bit difficult to listen your question, or if you cannot give question clearly, would you please to write in the chat so professor can read in the chat, in chat room.
Maybe I can understand his questions. Okay.
Okay, good. So you can answer then. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. So maybe so far, I am thinking this guaiol and beta udesmol, these compound sesquiterpene alcohol are the very effective compound for the swimming test. And the second question is sugi. This essential oil may be wood essential. I am talking wood essential oil today, but the leaf essential oil also depress the stressing. We have already get the data of that. So sugi has a lot of flavor compound, both from a wood and from a leaf. So these are, effective to depress stressing. Not effective to, swimming. So the effective compound of essential oil in cypress is only the effective compound to make swimming. Okay, are you get my answer the question? Did you?
Dr. Kairan, can't you understand what Professor answered? Dr. Kairan.
Okay, it's clear. Thank you, Professor.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Professor. So now we are waiting for the second question from Mr. Rifan. Okay, please, Mr. Rifan.
Hello, Mitsugana Tohru, Professor.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. Very interesting presentation. I have two questions. The first question about your the sugi application to the mice, right? Mm-hmm. So how to apply it? Is it for the inner body or for the outer body? You apply it to the mice. And the second question is like we're talking in the future to apply this essential oil to the humans. I just want to know how your method in doing next research for the human. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It's a good question. Well, so the first question is about essential oil of sugi, right? Yes. Well, so to apply a mouse, how do we apply the mouse of essential oil, right? Okay. So just introduce essential oil flavor, volatile component to the mouse. You understand?
Rifan, Mr. Rifan, do you understand what Professor said?
Yeah, it's okay. Continue. I mean, like you put it inside the body by injections.
No. Just a sniffing.
Oh, just sniffing. Okay.
Yeah. So not injection, not oral administration, but just a sniffing.
Oh.
Right. Okay.
Yes.
And second question is against the humans. Right. Yeah. I am thinking about that. So, but now I'm getting I'm doing research about human hormone balance. In a staying in a circumstances that wooden house. So, but I cannot say anything. But so the people who living in a sugi house, the house built in a sugi, their cholesterols and their amylase analysis is getting lower than another wooden house. Yeah, maybe so. I just started the experiment again using human beings. So, well, maybe 1 year later, I will show you some human data.
Okay.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rifan, and thank you, Prof. Toru. Professor, it has one more question in the chat room from Teku Asnawi. He asked that, there, Professor Mitsunaga, what is the effective concentration and how to control it in aromatherapy application? Thank you. Would you please to answer?
Thank you very much. So that's very difficult problems while we are doing an experiment. So we, apply the mouse with very different concentrations. The very strong concentrations. In case of strong concentrations, the mouse, what should I say? It doesn't like circumstances. That circumstances do not take food and waters, and finally, dead. But very light concentrations, it doesn't work anything. So the appropriate concentration, there is an appropriate concentration for sniffing this kind of essential oil concentrations, I think.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very
one
much.
last question from committee. Is it possible to open or to make collaboration between University of Syiah Kuala and Japan and also Australia in joining such patchouli oil and then wood flower and also essential oil? Is it possible, Professor?
Oh, sure. I already, started using a patchouli oil for animals. So because when I went to Brawijaya University, I, presented, patchouli oil from a professor in the university. So after that, I tried to use, patchouli oil for applying, mouse and the rat. So, stress, in case of a stress experiment, patchouli oil has, little bit effective to decrease stressing.
Okay,
But,
thank you,
not
Professor.
for-
We will
not for
contact you
training,
soon. We will build a huge project of patchouli oil research. Thank you very
Yeah.
much. Would you please
Thank you very
giving a
much.
closing remark? Thank you.
Closing remark. Okay. Well, anyway, I hope, so far I'm doing research using, Australian cypress and the Japanese berry flavor wood. But, there are a lot of flavor wood in Indonesia. So I'm gonna, cooperative research. I would like to start the research using the Indonesian flavor wood, I think. So let's
Thank
get
you very much.
started. Thank you very
Wakarimashita.
much.
Hai.
ありがとうございます。
Okay, arigatou gozaimasu. Okay, please give a big applause to Professor Tohru Masunaga. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very
Thank you,
much.
thank you. Okay, now our session is over, so I will give back the session for Master of Ceremony, Raihan. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Muslim. And once again, we would like to say thank you to Professor Rina, Dr. Ben, and Professor Tohru for the fruitful and insightful keynote sessions. This marks the end of the first keynote speaker session, and for the next session, the attendees are welcome to have a lunch break. The next keynote speech session will start promptly after the lunch break at 1:30. I repeat, at 1:30. We still have 2 more keynote speakers after the lunch break from Professor Miguel Elias and Professor Harlinda. Please join us again after the lunch. Thank you very much and have a nice lunch.
Universitas Syiah is a public university located in Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh Province. Located at the westernmost point of Sumatra Island, the province is rich with traditions, cultures, languages, and natural resources. The university is also known as the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. It is the oldest university in Aceh, officially established on September 2nd, 1961. Universitas Syiah was named after an Islamic scholar of Aceh, Abdurrauf bin Ali Al-Jawi Asinkeli, who is also known as Tunku Syiah. He established an Islamic education center at a river mouth in Banda Aceh, which later became an official higher education institution. During this time, he gave great contribution to the education values and Islamic laws and regulations in Aceh. In addition to the main campus in Darussalam, Banda Aceh City, Universitas Syiah has also established a second campus in the district of Gaya Luiz. The campus is called Program Studi di Luar Kampus Utama, the study program outside the main campus, which was officially opened on September 2nd, 2014. Universitas Syiah has 12 faculties and a postgraduate school. The Faculty of Economics and Business, the Faculty of Veterinary Medicine, the Faculty of Law, the Faculty of Engineering, the Faculty of Agriculture, the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, the Faculty of Medicine, the Faculty of Mathematics and Natural Science, the Faculty of Social and Political Science, the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, the Faculty of Nursing, and the Faculty of Dentistry. All these 12 faculties together offer 135 study programs of different levels: diploma programs, undergraduate programs, professional programs, specialist programs, master's programs, and doctoral programs. With various faculties and programs being offered, Universitas Syiah now hosts more than 32,000 students from various regions in Indonesia and overseas. The university has received numerous awards for its achievements at both the national and the international levels. For example, with Malam Diwa electric car, Universitas Syiah recently won as the second fastest team to compete technical inspection in the electric class at a prestigious competition in Asia, the Shell Eco Marathon Asia competition. In the research area, the university has also developed a good reputation at the national and international levels through its excellent research and research centers, such as the Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center and the Atsiri Research Center. Universitas Syiah also publishes numerous scientific journals. Some of them have been indexed by SINTA, the Indonesian Citation Index, as Quartile 1 and 2 journals. One of the university's journals, Studies in English Language and Education Journal, has recently been indexed by Scopus, one of the most reputable journal indexing and citation databases in the scientific world. Universitas Syiah has actively participated in several collaborative programs with several countries in Asia and Europe. These include Erasmus Mobility and Capacity Building Program, IMT-GT University Network Program, and the Erasmus Plus Program. Universitas Syiah has numerous national and international collaborations with universities and companies across the globe. Through this collaboration, the university has successfully organized various academic and non-academic events which have improved the university's national and international reputations. The Joint Research and Publication Program, the Exchange Program, the Internship Program, the Disaster and Cultural Summer Camp, and the humanitarian program are among many others. Universitas Syiah Kuala does not only focus on improving the quality of academic activities within the campus, but also proudly offers services to the communities. These tasks are assigned to 3 units at the university: the Office of International Affairs, Career Development Center, and Entrepreneurship Center. These units help students, staff, and alumni expand their experiences in academics, business, and beyond. Therefore, Universitas Syiah Kuala has always appreciated and placed at top priorities all partnerships and collaborations, and has managed to make the university what it is today, the heart of the Acehnese, Jantong Hati Rakyat Aceh. The university continuously strives to improve the quality of its academic activities, research development, humanitarian works, and the quality and quantity of scientific publications to achieve its vision to become the leading university in Asia and to become the world-class institution.
Universitas Syiah Kuala, universitas yang inovatif, mandiri dan terkemuka, menuju Innovation Socio-Technopreneur University.
research and innovation. We will begin our second part session, which will be started first by lecture from Professor Miguel Elias, followed by lecture by Professor Harlinda Kusprandini. Before I introduce Professor Miguel Elias to you, I will deliver some rules in this part. The first is microphone must always be muted, and then you can ask the questions in chat box. Okay, Professor Miguel Elias is currently working at School of Technology, University of Évora, Portugal. His research interest is food science and technology, food safety, food microbiology, sensory evaluation. His latest publication was about essential oil of aromatic and medicinal plants play a role in food safety. Right now, he will present an overview of the use of essential oils to promote food safety and to preserve food quality. Without further ado, please welcome Prof. Elias. Prof, you're still muted. Okay.
Yes. Hello.
Hello.
Thank you very much. I thank you to the organizing committee for the invitation, and I will present my speech. How can I share the screen? Here. Yes. Yes. Okay, this is known by you. Short summary. We will do an overview about the subject and subjects related with essential oils. We will present a short information about the use of essential oils in Portugal. Then we present shortly some works related to essential oils that we made in the University of Évora. This all of we consumers, producers, people involved in agriculture, we have the conscience that we need to produce more food with less environmental impact. Consumers nowadays search for products without everybody concerns with the health of the planet. It's a word of the day, and these facts, this reality turns the use of the essential oils more pertinent. Once the use of essential oils could be and contribute to obtain those goals, namely to produce a natural food, environmentally friendly, healthy, and this is one among others contribute to the circular economy, very, very important nowadays. As you know, the organization, the ONU, had proposed 70 sustainable development goals, and in our work in agriculture and in the production, and we can contribute among others to the zero hunger and to the responsible consumption and production. We must be present this responsibility and talk about that and work about that. Talk, it's important, but it's important also work about that, to do something to realize those goals. Nowadays, we have a conscience that we must contribute to the Green Deal. We are engaged in this subject. We must achieve a climate neutrality. I don't know if this will occur in 2030 or in 2050, but we must walk in that direction. And there are among of subjects that are in our hands, such as sustainable transport, the transition to the circular economy. We are engaged in that. We can. I don't know if we will obtain zero pollution in Europe, but we must contribute to that. We must walk in that direction. We must do a transformation of the agriculture in rural areas. We must don't leave no one behind, because the could be obtained or to be obtained must engage everybody. No one could be left behind, and the governments must have a budget to financing this transition. This is very, 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 very important, and we must, as I told you, we must have this conscience, and we must act to obtain those goals. One aspect very, very, very important related to this subject is food loss and food waste. Food loss is related until the product is have to be consumed, and we consider waste once the product is finished to consume, and the losses occurred after this step. This is the waste, and generally the so-called developed countries have a higher scores in food waste, and the developing, or the so-called developing countries have high scores in lost food loss, and it's very, 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 very important to act in order to reduce both food loss and food waste. Here in Portugal, we have at this moment several projects involving producers, agriculture and industrial producers, in order to reduce, strongly reduce both food loss and food waste. This slide showed what is considered the food loss and food waste, and as we can see, food loss is related mainly with farm production and the first steps of distribution. It depends the way of the distribution, and food waste once the product is finished, is proper, is required to be consumed. The losses during storage of finished product, and loss is very, very, very important in our house, in the house of the consumers. We waste a lot of food, mainly here in so-called developed countries. Some values about food loss around the world, and as we can see, for dairy products, meat, oil seeds and pulses, we have in the world 20% of losses before the product is finished, ready to eat. Before that, we have 20% of losses. But when we talk about cereals, the losses represent 30%. And for fish and seafoods, 35%. And for fruits, vegetables, and roots and tubers, almost 50, almost half of the production is lost. This is incredible. If we have present the goal zero hungry, we can't lose a half of our production in fruits, vegetables, in the roots, in tubers. It's not proper to have a better and sustainable world. We must change our mentality, and we must change our acts, our action. We must do something, really do something to change that reality. Concerning fish, and in that slide, we can see both losses and waste losses in the first stage, and waste when in the final products. And as we told you, in Europe, North America, and industrialized Asia, mainly China, Japan, India, we have relatively higher waste, considerable higher waste comparing with the other countries, such as Asia, a big part of the Asia, Africa, and Latin America. The fish waste is very, very, very a short part in comparison with the waste in the so-called developed countries. This is terrible. This is terrible. About meat, the same occurs, and there are in sub-Saharan area in Africa, Middle and South of Africa, the losses in the production are considerably higher than the other parts of the world. But even in meat, the waste is higher in Europe and North America and industrialized Asia. Concerning fruits and vegetables, we can see that even in Europe, in North America, the losses are higher in production, we lost 20% of the total production for fruits and vegetables. And this is unacceptable in a modern world, in a world that intend to be a better world for everybody, for everyone. This is incredible. And the loss, the waste is higher too in that countries. This is terrible. And here there are the production of ready-to-eat products, fruits and vegetables, which result in a high quantities, high amounts of waste. For other way, in the other regions, Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, Latin America, the waste losses during transformation and packaging are very, very, very high. This is our reality. Concerning per capita values and considering loss and waste in Europe and in North America, we don't use each one of we don't use among almost 3,000 of kilograms of food, and in the South and the Southeast Asia, the lowest value, but even higher than 100. And this is the great part don't depend of us consumers, but the red part, this depend on us. We must change our acts in order to reduce those values, and we has engineers, professors, researchers, we must talk with producers in order, and we must work with producers in order to reduce those values, the great values, the losses. Well, in the last years, we found an increase in some residues in several foods. The exception was broccoli and virgin oil. Virgin oil, because it's a very expensive product, and it's a commodity nowadays, and there are several rules to control the quality and the residues in olive oil. That's why the residues in that product were reduced. And why I showed this slide, because the essential oils could be a contribution to reduce the residues, and indirectly, for that reason, to contribute also for the safety, the increase of food safety. The essential oils, as we know, are used in food safety and in food quality, or to preserve food safety and food quality. Once they have antioxidant activity and antimicrobial and antifungal activity. They are recognized as generally safe for health, are natural products, and for that reason, they could be a contribution for sustainable agriculture. Of course, we know, but the impact of the essential foods, the essential oils, is determinant for sustainable agriculture. No, it was determinant, but it's a contribution. And all the contributions are important in order to obtain the referred goals. And the contribution of the essential oils for those goals could be at this moment no so pronounced, no so high, but in the future could be that contribution could be more and more and more important. I will present briefly, shortly, some works in Portugal from 97 until nowadays, and those works are focused mainly in pharmacology. The aspects therapeutics of the essential oils. Just to walking crossing the years, and that's an important paper, this one, which had studied it's a review and focused in the use of essential oils to modeling tumor microenvironment in glioblastoma. The glioblastoma, it's a very dangerous, very lethal cancer. And this is a compilation of the information made by researchers from the University of Coimbra in Portugal. And it's an important aspect directly related with an important aspect of the health, the prevention, the mitigation of problems related with this kind of cancer, and related to pollution in that case, and now some works focused in food safety, works made by Portuguese team or Portuguese groups. This one studying the antioxidant activities of the essential oils in Madeira Island, in Portugal. This one focus in the antimicrobial and antifungal and antioxidant properties of some essential oils, several essential oils. This one was made for us, our group, and focused on the influence of the essential oils in food safety, and other studies, among others, made in Portugal, in the University of Lisbon, in the Polytechnic Institute of Coimbra, and here in the University of Évora. In Portugal, in 2010, we have the major amount of maps traded in dry weight was Lipia Trifila with 13 tons. 13 tons. It's not too much. Then oregano with 5 tons. Then rosemary 4 tons, and the other values are lower. But those aromatic plants are from or came from agriculture. But when we consider plants with origin in the land, not from the agriculture, the eucalyptus is the higher, has the higher value in dry weight, 48 tons in 2010. About essential oils, in 2010 too, the bigger amount was essential oil from eucalyptus with 12 tons. The other values are very low comparing with the eucalyptus. And related to area, percentage of area used for the production of aromatic and medicinal plants in fresh weight, in that case, not dry weight, but fresh weight, plants produced to be commercialized as fresh. The principal amount was coriander with 71%, but when we consider plants produced for organic plants, the values are very low, but there are a contribution of several species, beta, coriander, again, but the coriander produced in conventional way is present in a higher area, very high, very high area. Concerning dry plants, the principal area to produce plants traded as dry plants. In that case, Aloysia is produced in the biggest area, then Thymus, then Mentha. The biggest part of the area is occupied with those kinds of plants. And here the area, greenhouse area and nurses area. The biggest part is for Ocimum, then Petrosellium, then coriander. As we can see, coriander, it's very important in Portugal, not for essential oil, but to use in the food preparation. We use a lot of coriander. Well, now we are beginning the last part of my presentation, presenting some results briefly of our works here. And I will present you only works with fruits, only fruits. In this case, the use of, how many minutes have I, please?
3 more minutes, Professor.
3 more?
Yeah.
Okay. I will be briefly. Well, in the grapes, with the advantage using essential oil from sage in order to reduce darkening of the rachis. Other with the antimicrobial activity, and we can see the influence, the positive influence in bactericide effect against mesophiles, and some effect against molds and yeasts. Here, sage essential oil had a bactericidal effect for 21 days in grapes, and bacteriostatic effect until the end of the trial, 42 days, and a fungistatic effect throughout the trial for 42 days. And here, positive values against botitrish and with several essential oils, and other using essential oils without chitosanidable coatings, and the results are very good against Penicillium, Rhizopus, molds. Well, this is a scale that we use, but we have no time to talk about that. Here, antifungal activity against fungi isolated from grapes and strawberries, and the biggest value is the best result, represents the biggest area of no grow, fungal no grow, and oregano and thyme exhibit the highest values. And to resume, our trials confirm what we know. This is the antimicrobial activity, the antifungal activity, and the antioxidant activity of those the essential oils studied. Here, to finish is a trial that we are in course right now, and we use a solution with 50 ppm of clove and 500 ppm of clove to prevent antioxidation in pig meat during freezing storage. And those results are preliminary results to choose the essential oil, and we use as a modality the antioxidant capacity and the lowest effect in of flavors of the meat samples, and for that reason we choose clove at in 50 ppm and 500 ppm, and we are studying that, and we hope to evidence the antioxidant capacity of clove in the preservation of freezing meat. Thank you very much for your time and for your attention, and I'm available to some questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Elias. Now, there are a few questions.
Yes.
First, regarding the application of essential oil as a preservation for fruit or for meat, how do we apply it? Is it just by spraying or just
yes, in fruit we have a solution in a gaseous inside the box. This is the method for fruits. For meat, we apply directly dilution with 50 in that last case that I refer with the shoes concentration. We apply directly from the surface of the meat, and we add other trials with cheeses, and we use as ingredient in the mass of the cheese. But for fruits, in that way.
Okay. Would the residue will be a problem when we eat or when we use the fruits or the meat?
No, as I told, we use concentration that consider no effect, no healthy effect in the health, no bad effect on the health, because so for that reason there are no residue and there are no bad effect on the health of the consumers.
Okay. Okay, Professor Ellis, yeah.
And if we to have some pernicious effect, we must use a concentration that turns the food unacceptable once the taste of the food will be very changed. So we use low concentrations in order to obtain the antioxidant and antimicrobial effect, but without affecting negatively the sensory characteristics of foods.
Okay, one last question. Is it necessary to reapply the application of the essential oil, or we can just use it one time to preserve the food?
The goal is applied just one time. Just one time, yes. Just one time.
Okay. Thank you, Professor Elias, for your
You're welcome. Thank you
presentation.
very much. Thank you.
We will move to our next session with Professor Dr. R.R. Harlinda Kusbrandini. She is currently working at the Faculty of Forestry, Mula Warman University. Her research interests are in processing non-timber forest products, processing of medicinal and aromatic plants, processing of essential oil products and their derivatives. Her latest publication was on the evaluation of antibacterial activity and physicochemical profiles of Eucalyptus pellita essential oil from East Kalimantan. For today's event, she will present her paper on bioprospecting on essential oil producing trees from tropical rainforest in East Kalimantan. Please welcome Professor Kusbradini.
All right. Thank you very much, Miss Mutia Faradila. And first of all, I would like to thank for the organizing committee. And I want to send my greeting for Dr. Irfan Zikri, the executive chairman from this conference, and Dr. Saifullah Muhammad, executive chairman for Research Center Nilam Aceh. And for the previous speakers, Professor Rina Sriwati and Dr. Ben Gritrex, and my previous supervisor that attending this conference in the same event, Professor Tohrumit Sinaga and Professor Miguel Elias. So, Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to start my presentation. Okay. Okay, as the moderator already mentioned about my title for the presentation today, I would like to share about some research on the bioprospecting on essential oil producing trees from tropical rainforest is Kalimantan. And my affiliation is in, I'm sorry. Not move. I cannot move. Okay. My affiliation is in Mula Warman University and Research Center of Medicine and Cosmetic from Tropical Rainforest Resources, or PUI PT Okta. So I am the representative from this research center, and actually I work at the forestry faculty with the field of non-timber forest product, and especially in medicinal and aromatic plants. Okay, this is Mula Warman University located in Kalimantan, in East Kalimantan, but this island called Borneo. So the Mula Warman University located in Samarinda. So we have faculty, 14 faculty, and maybe some of you already come to Kalimantan or will meet us in Kalimantan. Please join us. So in this presentation, this is my outline. I would like to share about the tropical rainforest and aromatic plants, and then what is a bioprospecting, and our research on tropical rainforest essential oil. So, tropical rainforest. So in East Kalimantan, we have so many kind of plants and very rich of biodiversity. So including the medicinal and aromatic plants. So the member of the tropical rainforest in various ASEAN forests is dominated with Dipterocarpaceae, Lauraceae, and Clusiaceae. So there are so many plants there, but this is dominating plants in the tropical rainforest. So the aromatic plants is those that contain aromatic compound that basically essential oil that in the volatile that in the room temperature, and it's odorous, volatile, hydrophobic, and highly concentrated compounds. And it could be, we can take the parts from flowers, buds, seed, leaf, twig, bark, wood, fruits, and root. So we have so many species in Kalimantan forest, and also, of course, the part in its plants, it gives more varieties in the source of essential oil. So this is our point on the family of Lauraceae. So we collect many papers, more than 100 papers we collect, and we analyze with the application. We found that the Lauraceae plants or Lauraceae tree, there is so many research about that. So we found that there is a gap of research. Maybe there is no, there is some genus or some species that not included in this paper. Of course, we know that in our forest, there is a lot of genus from this family, but the research is still limited. So in Lauraceae family, in East Kalimantan and North Kalimantan, we found there is some of genus from Lauraceae family, such as Actinodapne, Alceodapne, Desmiedia, Cinnamomum, Cryptocarya, Dehasia, and Endiandra, Osidoroxylon, Litzea, Neolitzea, Nota Pube, and Pube, and still unknown genus that found on that forest. From this genus, maybe the popular genus is the cinnamon, but the others maybe lesser known native plants from our forest. So we would like to explore about these plants from Lauraceae family, and we would like to explore the essential oil producing trees on Lauraceae family. So we are doing the bioprospecting. So bioprospecting is the biodiversity prospect. So we call bioprospecting. So the bioprospecting is the exploration of the biodiversity for the commercial valuable genetic and biochemical resources. But it should be remembered, once we already explore the potency or the biodiversity from the forest or from the area in our area, so we should manage the sustainable of those plants. So this is some step that we are doing by for the bioprospecting. So we need to explore what the potency of the plants from the tropical rainforest, and then we are doing the research, and then we promote the research result to make a product, and it should be make an income for the community or the people that have biodiversity on that area. So after we know this plant is useful or making some valuable things, so it should be make a conservation to make it sustain. So the bioprospecting area is has a range, not only the agrochemistry, new crop varieties, pharmaceutical, cosmetic, and drug developments. There are still any other area from bioprospecting activity. But in our research, we would like to make a chain to make the the exploration of the plants to make a benefit for the community in the forest area. So this is our step for that. So we are doing collecting, the collection of sample by go to some place that has plants that already grown there, and then cultivation, and then we have a preparation such as extraction, isolation, or identification, and then we make a characterization about the essential oil or the compound. Then we screen for the potential use, and then make a confirmation about the bioactivity. So the next step is the commercialization. We need to giving a touch for the product with the result. So this is a product development, and then make a test and make a commercial for the product. So this is also our point, because we know that the chemical composition is correlated with the bioactivity. So we also check the factor that affecting the chemical composition on essential oil, because we collect the plants from the wild area, so we have to know what the composition on that sample. So some factor that affecting chemical composition on essential oil is the part of the plants, and then a form of part. This is a fresh part or dry part, and then the age of the plants. This is the mature, the old or the young plants, and then the different abiotic stress. Maybe the location also make a change of the chemical composition, genetic factor, extraction method, and what time we collect the sample for the next processing. So this is our research. So we collect the sample from many areas, but in this presentation, I just want to share about the Lauraceae family, especially in Lydsea and Cinnamomum genus. We carry out the sample 3 by 3, and then in the representative site of the distribution area of the species, and then followed by identification to make sure that this plant is by taxonomy. So to make sure this is the plant with the true name of the species, and then followed by distillation, and then analysis the GCMS to characterize the chemical compound. So we use the simple method on this in this study, because we do hope that the people in the surrounding area of forest can make a application with easy application in the location. So the extraction is the water steam distillation. We already know that the advantages is we can use fresh or dry sample. Then this is appropriate to use in home industry, and then it's already easy to get the equipment. So the disadvantages about this method, this is only can distill with the low of boiling point. Then our bioassay that I present in this event. I use two bioactivity, antimicrobial activity with the agar diffusion method, with the control is chlorhexidine and chloramphenicol, and then anti-inflammation. So in this bioassay, we use egg albumin as protein denaturation with the heat. So the anti-inflammatory drugs such as sodium diclofenac has the ability to stabilize heat the treated bovine serum albumin by preventing it from denaturation. So we test it with the essential oil to stabilize the heat of the albumin to preventing the denaturation on this presentation. So I start with the Litsea. So Litsea has more than 400 species in Asia, Australasia, and America, while in East and North Kalimantan, Indonesia, Litsea is represented by 38 species. Then this plant, in this genus, the species are being used for a long time as source of traditional medicine, especially in China. So most of species in genus Litsea were called medang. So it's not easy to know what kind of Litsea, because some people say that all species in Litsea with the name of medang. So it needs information about the pattern of essential oil compound, because if we would like to distill the species, Litsea species, maybe the chemical compound is different. So in this study, Litsea elliptica and Litsea angulata were studied for the variation in the volatile component, so we can analyze for the possibility of biological activity. So when we look for the research gap on the Litsea, so we found there is Indonesia with the highlight, the big area here. But there are some Litsea angulata, Litsea glutinosa, Litsea cubeba. But we know that we found that in the tropical rainforest in East Kalimantan, we can find more than 3 Litsea. So we would like to explore about the Litsea species. This is our finding about the Litsea species in East Kalimantan. It's more than 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, but we only share in this paper 7 species, but for the further only 3 species we would like to share. Because from this, we can see here in the slide, we can see that the yield of the Litsea elliptica angulata and Litsea rubiginosa were higher than the others. So for the assay, the next assay, we should have the we need the more yield to make an assay. So this is a chemical composition when we check the chemical compound in GCMS. So we can see here that for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 species of Litsea, it has a different group of compound. So from Litsea garciae, Litsea ferrugineae, and Litsea rubiginosa, they are rich of the sesquiterpene. Then the Litsea angulata and Litsea elliptica are rich on monoterpene hydrocarbon. Then we are doing the clustering about the similarity of the chemical compound. We found that there is a 3 cluster that Litsea garciae and Litsea rubiginosae is on 1 cluster. Then the second cluster is Litsea elliptica, Litsea ferruginea, and Litsea angulata. But the more specific, Litsea elliptica, and Litsea ferruginea is in the one more closer relativity than Litsea angulata. Then we check for the bioactivity for the antimicrobial with the 1 fungi Candida albicans, and then 3 bacteria such as Staphylococcus aureus, Streptococcus mutans, and Streptococcus sobrinus. As we can see here, all of this essential oil has a potency as for the antimicrobial more than control the positive control we use. So this is the result for the Litsea rubiginosa, Litsea elliptica, and Litsea angulata. So we also measuring the influence of drying methods on this essential oil of Litsea elliptica, because we would like to know that the post harvesting or the pre-treatment before the distillation make an influence for the chemical compound. In this, we can see here the drying time we correlated with not what is it? We can see the drying method it's affected the yield. So in this case, Litsea elliptica in the 0 day, it's mean fresh leaf that distill has a less content than the leaf that doing the drying activity have a drying treatment for 1 day and 2 days. And then we check the major compound. So we can see here that the chemical, the major compound is still the same, but the content in the first day is the highest than the others. So it's in the first, in the 0 days, the 7-octane to 1 is the highest. Then the highest one, then the 2-andecanon is lower than the 7-octane. And then the heptane to methyl is the lowest. But in this 1 day treatment drying, so the rank is from 7-octane, and then the heptane, then to andecanon. So for the information, this kind of compound has a activity that already published in some publication. So it would be nice information that we found in Litsea elliptica, and then the chemical compound already have activity on that other research, such as the heptanes used for additional fragrance, and then the 2-andecanon is a natural pheromone that also inhibit the lung tumorigenesis. And then the second one, we would like to know about the essential oil content of Litsea angulata by doing the same treatment. So we found that Litsea angulata has the major compound alpha-pelandrin, and this is the have a different phenomenon. So the drying method is affected of the yield. So the results show that the reduction of the oil content due to the drying treatment, and also the oil content of major compound is also affected by drying treatment. And then for the Litsea angulata itself, we would like to make how effective the collection time to get the major compound. So we make a simple distillation, and then we collect with the different time, and then we measure the chemical compound and also the activity. So in this slide, we can see that the comparison about the monoterpene and sesquiterpene and others is different, it's variety. For fraction 1 and then fraction 2 and fraction 2 with the collection time is 1 hour, and then the next to 1 hour, the 2 hours and 3 hours. So in this fraction, we can see here that in the alpha-pelandrin is has high content with a 47.97%, and then the fraction 2, the alpha-pelandrin is 16.18%. So it means that the collection time can affect the proportion of alpha-pelandrin. And then we check to the antimicrobial activity to the lactic acid bacteria. So we can see here the fraction 1, fraction 2, and fraction 3. We saw that the fraction 1 with the rich of the alpha-pelandrin has more activity to inhibit the lactic acid bacteria. So this is our finding. So the next one is the cinnamomum. Before I explained about the Litsea, so this is cinnamomum. We also this kind of plant is already popular in Indonesia, but the cinnamomum, the most popular cinnamomum is cinnamomum burmani or kayu manis or cinnamomum verum. And it's traditionally used as a medicinal plant to treat the flu, fever, and etc. And then maybe not in the lesser known species is cinnamomum iners that also used as traditional medicine for headaches or others. Used by Chinese people with the stems or leaf and fruit for treat the dysentery, rheumatis, and etc. And one other, I'm sorry, this I would like to show about the research on essential oil of cinnamomum. There is a lot of kind of paper talk about the essential oil in cinnamomum, but I would like to show you that one little circle is cinnamomum champora. That this is not so much paper in here comparing to all of the mapping. So as we found that in East Kalimantan we got cinnamomum champora. So we would like to share the information about cinnamomum campora in East Kalimantan. So this kind of cinnamomum in East Kalimantan we found. So we already know the major compound, cinnamomum burmani, is the major compound is agenal, and cinnamomum paternoccinal is safrole, and then cinnamomum iners is cyclobutyl, and then in the cinnamomum camper, we found some variety on the forest on one area. So they are having major compound as such as a campor 1 and 8 cineol and caryophyllene oxide. So even we know that the cinnamomum is a genus of evergreen aromatic trees, belong the family of Lauraceae. In this study, the cinnamomum campora, we would like to know about the chemotypical and variation in the volatile compound and the bioactivity. So this is the information, but in other research, they said that camphor has a 6 different chemical variants, which are camphor, linalol, 1, 8, cineol, nerolidol, safrole, and borneol. So we would like to share about the camphor in East Kalimantan. So this is research about the yield and color. We took 15 sample, 3 by 3, we collect the leaf and we distill. So from 15 collection, we have different yield and some different color found in the essential oil. This is the screening. And then we check for the anti-inflammation. So we can see here, we use standard is natrium diclonate or sodium diclofenac. We can see that all of them has activity for inhibiting the denaturation of protein, but some of them is less than the positive control, but almost all the sample have the ability to inhibit the protein. So this is the analysis. So then we would like to know about the different composition in the essential oil. We also doing the separation by collection, time collection. So we have here 3 essential oil with different major compound. So the sample namely is CP5, CP7, CP9. So we know, we can see here in the table, the yield from the fraction 1 is highest than the other fraction.
Professor, your time is 1 more minute.
Okay, so this is the activity for antimicrobial. We got the camphor, cineol, and caryophyllene oxide as the major compound. So the activity is also different. Then we got this also, okay, I skip. And then we found the 3 that different yield of the camphor. And then we got the crystal for that, from that. And then I would like to show you that this kind of the alpha pelandrin, it has a responsibility for the antimicrobial activity, and we can get from other plants. But this is the first time we can get the Lichia elliptica, the source of alpha pelandrin. Then this is a conclusion, maybe not conclusion, but this is just a review from this slide, because the plant and the what is it, the, excuse me, sorry, because the plant collection and then different location and then extraction process and different time collection has effect to the yield, the color, and the bioactivity. In Lycia elliptica, Lycia angulata, and Cinnamomum camora were found in tropical rainforest in East Kalimantan and become a source for a new compound from in this area. So finally, last but not least, this is the essential oil that we produce in East Kalimantan that already make a serious product. So we collaborate with the farmers to make startup in essential oil and develop the micro, small, and medium enterprises, the tropical rainforest essential oil. And last, thank you very much for the attention. This is the team of Atrio. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Professor Harlinda, for your excellent presentation. It is a very interesting topic. I think I want to ask one or two questions regarding the deforestation in Kalimantan. Will it affect the produce of essential oil from the species in the rainforest?
Yeah. Thank you for the question. That's why we know that deforestation is increase. So we should make a strategy doing by bioprospecting, use the use for the natural product from the forest, but when we use the natural product, so we should manage the site. So we have to sustain the biodiversity because it has a potential. It become make a benefit for the community. So they will care about the tree. They will care about the area, the site of the plant on that area. So I think it should be education to give the research to them, to make a prototype, to inform them that it will be a benefit for the people on that area.
Okay, so, next. Next question, may I? From Professor Mitsunaga Toru. He is interested in Lycia angulata because abundant of monoterpenes are including in the species. How does this essential oil smell and what are the ingredients?
Okay, so the smell of the Lycia angulata is like mango, so and resin. So most of the Lycia for the forester, we can know the tree for the Lycia or Medang species by knowing the bark with the smell of the mango, just like a mango smell and resin, like that.
Oh, okay. What are the ingredients, Professor? What are the ingredients?
The ingredient is a lot of kind of ingredient in the Lycia angulata, but the major compound is the alpha-pelandrin.
Alpha-pelandrin. Yes. Okay, one more question. This is the very last. Based on the presentation, this is from Dr. Khairan. The percentage yield of essential oil is still low. How about, do you have any effort to increase the percentage yield of essential oil?
Yeah, maybe in this step, we still thinking about the strategy, but we would like to make sure about the availability of the plant species first, because we would like to make a propagation or make a cultivation to make it there, not disappear. So that's our step, the first step. For the yield, maybe the next step, and we should make a collaboration for the others expert, I think.
Okay. Yeah, collaboration is very interesting in this area, especially in increasing the yield of essential oil. Okay, thank you, Professor Harlinda, for your presentation once again, and then thank you for all presenters or professors in this session. I will hand back this session to MC. Please, MC.
Ms. Mutia, I would like to say thank you to the Mr. Mitsunaga, Toru Mitsunaga, and Dr. Khairan for the question.
Okay, yeah. Okay, Ms. Rehan, I will hand back the session to you.